Hello everyone, good morning, good evening. Can somebody please confirm if my voice is audible? Okay, great. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Let's allow others also to join in. Okay, let's wait for a few more minutes. Still, guys are catching up. Okay, I can see lesser participants today. Okay, let's begin. Let's see in case if others are joining in. So in our last session, we spoke about build jobs, wherein we have learned about various mechanism of building jobs, and we have also learned about different types of build projects. And after that, we spoke about um, Maven project and different sort of project which we can use to build up our applications. Also, we have seen how and in what situation we can build our applications, build our projects. We spoke about uh, other components as well, wherein we learned about Maven, what Maven is. We got the basics of Maven clear. After that, we spoke about POM file, and then we have seen how to build a job, different methods to build a job. We spoke about um, we spoke about freestyle job a lot, and therein we have learned Maven job as well, how to call it Maven job, and there we built a couple of Maven jobs as well, following our Git repository, which lies there in our which lies there on GitHub. Therein we have seen a couple of challenges as well, wherein the lab was not allowing us to do certain things, which included to have connectivity, to have a sort of automated connectivity and automated build trigger. When we are working on that, we have created a couple of job setup as well, wherein we have learned how to create different kind of jobs, uh, pa- uh, different kind of jobs and different, um, I would say, Jenkins jobs, wherein Jenkins jobs can be set up and scheduled in a kind of upstream, downstream job mechanism. We spoke about those things. Today we will talk about more about freestyle job, and after that we'll start writing a couple of automated script to build certain automated jobs, right? So in order to work on that, in order to build on that, let's start the lab first. Today we'll talk mostly about pipelines. What is CI/CD pipeline? What is CI/CD in the first place? Is that in the first place? How it's different from freestyle jobs? We'll talk only about that. What are the different stages? How stages are defined? We'll try to understand that part today. So let's get into the desktop. Okay, and connect to it. Let's do two things. Let's first start creating. Let's first start creating freestyle job and the pipeline from freestyle job, and then we'll get into the concept of writing pipeline script, right? Then we will get into that part. So let's first start doing it. Let's go to our terminal and open the terminal. Okay, so this is our terminal, and herein we'll learn about how terminal functions. Can you show how to connect to AWS instance and run the master and slave node? Yeah, I can show you, but I'll follow certain sequence. When I'll reach to the place where I have to show you master and slave node setup, I'll show you. By the way, what's your name? Okay, just hold on. I'll be back. Okay, so Jennifer, rest assured, we'll do. I will do everything. So let's reach to a place where I was talking about um, Jenkins, and in Jenkins, we're learning about localhost 8081, right? Here the username is admin, password is admin. Okay, So let's first create some, let's understand what CI/CD is. Let's create CI/CD pipeline, and then we'll understand couple of things about what CI/CD is, how the different syntaxes can be brought in. We'll talk about everything, everything which you can think, and Jenkins is important. So let's first draw something and try to understand what a CI/CD is. Okay, so CI/CD implies continuous integration and continuous deployment. Now, how a continuous integration and continuous deployment happen? Continuous integration and continuous deployment will happen only and only when you have continuous development. So continuous development happens. With the continuous development, developer develops codes continuously, and by the end, or whenever they feel as if the code is ready to be pushed to repository, they push it. They just push it, and everything gets integrated. And after its integration, things goes pretty much okay in a kind of automated mechanism. Things goes pretty much well. So now, when when you do so, then it follows certain sequence. For example, whenever we talk about any of the software development lifecycle in our previous session, we spoke a lot about software development lifecycle, wherein we have learned that whenever we talk about software development lifecycle, it's pretty much important to understand how my code is prepared, how my code passes to another stage, how next stage is triggered, and everything in a kind of sequence. So when I say in a sequence, it follows continuous mechanism, which is to which we call as software development life cycle. So in software development life cycle, we always try to understand what the life cycle stages will be. So always in software development life cycle, it's pretty much important to understand various stages. What those stages will be. Will it directly get deployed on respective server, or does it follow a sequence? Yes, it does follow a sequence, which is continuous continuous development, continuous testing, continuous testing, continuous deployment, and continuous feedback. This is what software development lifecycle is. Everything happens continuously. Now, let's try to understand how actually things happens continuously in a pipeline. So basically what I'm talking here is to have a continuous mechanism. Continuous development happens, continuous testing happens, continuous deployment happens, continuous feedback happens. Now these are the four stages of a software development life cycle of SDLC. These are the four stages of a software development life cycle, wherein we talk about continuous development, second is continuous testing, continuous, third is continuous deployment, and so on. Fourth is feedback, right? So now we are talking about four different stages here. Those four different stages which actually define as DLC process. Now these four different stages are four different places, four different components, which actually is going to trigger the pipeline. Now the pipeline which I say is nothing but is the mechanism by means of which One stage is triggered after completion of another stage. So now pipeline brings these all stages together. Pipeline says that, hey, after completion of one stage, another stage gets triggered automatically, right? Another stage gets triggered automatically. Now there are different means of creating a pipeline. Like this is continuous development, this is continuous testing, this is continuous testing, this is continuous deployment, this is continuous feedback, right? Now you can see four different stages which are in a pipeline. So when I say pipeline, it basically means that completion of one stage triggers another stage. Completion of one stage triggers another stage. Then and only then it will be considered as a pipeline, wherein completion of one stage triggers another stage. Now here we will see different color combinations. Here, whenever we are working, we will deal with different color combinations. And it's pretty much important for you to understand these color combinations. So different color combinations which we need to deal with is green, red, yellow, and sky. Different color combinations. So green, red, yellow, blue. Four different color combinations we always talk about. Now, what these four color combinations are? This green says successful, green says successful, red says failed, yellow says to start, and blue says in progress, right? Green says in progress, right? So these are the four different color combinations which we are going to see. Now let's start creating this SDLC. Let's start creating this pipeline. Now there are two methods of creating this pipeline. Just give me a moment. I'll be back. Okay, so here we are talking about having these all components done, having these all mechanisms resolved, having these all mechanisms handled efficiently. That's what we'll learn in our today's session. So let me just open our lab and let's start doing it. Uh, so in order to do this, in order to do this, you'll have to create jobs. So what we'll do, we'll use a pipeline script in our demo session, and with that pipeline script, we'll try to create certain setup. Let's go to GitHub. Let's go to GitHub, and in GitHub, we will look for our repository, which is this. Let's open this. Let's see what it is. Okay. So we are going to talk about building one pipeline, building on CI/CD pipeline, wherein we'll start working on the CI/CD pipeline by using this specific setup, wherein we'll try to manipulate things, we'll try to change things, and we will work on the code, which is SRC code. Under SRC code, which is main, and this is the code which we are going to work. This will be the code which will be working on this. I believe in our last session I explained a lot about Maven, POM file and all. So here too we are going to use Maven and POM file to build all the applications, right? So now let's see how it basically works, and maybe you can do parallelly with me, so that I'll give you ample amount of pause so that you can do parallelly with me and build the application, build the entire component parallelly with me, right? So let's start doing it. The application which I'm building is the address book application, right? It's an address book application. Address book application. But this address book application has a tendency to get deployed and to be viewed in this specific manner. In this specific manner, like this. Let's go to readme file, and here you'll see this is one of the address book, but it has the tendency to display addresses of all the components. But this address book application is deployed on Docker. Do you all have idea what Docker is? Do you have idea what Docker is? Okay, so I'm getting mixed answer, yes and no. Many of those did not even respond. Okay, Jennifer says yes. Uh, okay, Dorado says yes. Okay, it's a mixed answer. And this application is deployed on Docker container. Since many of you do not know what Docker container is, I won't spend much of the time there. But this is deployed as of now in Docker container. So now, what we have to do is we have to build multiple jobs. This address book application has to go to various stages. First stage will be to have my application prepared and made ready to get deployed. So the first stage will be to have a repository cloned. repo cloning. Next stage will be, so cloned is repository cloning. Next stage will be the component which is um, to have certain test cases implemented, wherein we will use different sort of tool to perform test cases, right? So next cases will be to perform certain test, wherein in order to perform certain test, will use JUnit framework. Next stage will be to perform again some kind of code review or code metric check, and in order to do this, we'll use a framework which is Cobertura framework. After code metric check, we will create a package, and in order to create a package, we will use a Maven goal, which will be MVN package. So different framework we are going to use to perform, and we are going to put all these framework in Maven tool by using Maven tool. So for repo cloning, we will call Maven, and Maven do its job in the first place. Next, for this also we are going to use MVN test. For metric check job, again we are going to use MVN Cobertura framework. For this again we are going to use MVN package as the framework. So different frameworks will be there for all the activities which we are going to perform. Now let's see how it basically works. Let's see how it basically functions, right? So this is what it will be pretty much important. Can you hear me now? Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, awesome. Seems there's some technical issue, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's begin with this, and let's see how different components are brought in, pulled in, and managed. In order to work with this, we have to start creating certain jobs. Now let's start creating all the jobs, and let's see how it basically functions, how it basically works. Here the git concept will be pretty much important, and all those git stuffs which we have covered in our last session will be pretty much important for you to understand how things works and how basically all the jobs are pulled and managed. So the first thing which we are going to do is cloning. Then I think I missed one step, which will be compiling. Second stage will be compiling, wherein we will do compile activity, and for this we will use MVN compile, and for package, yeah. So these will be 4 stages, will be 5 stages which we are going to work on. Now let's start creating things. Let's start working on these all activities. Right, let's see how it basically works, how it basically functions. Okay, so let's see how it basically works, how it basically functions. in order to work on this, we are going to use our lab setup here. So let me just delete couple of these things because we have seen Gradle project in our last session. I think we have seen Maven project in our last session. We have seen Maven app project in our last session. So let me just delete all these things unless unnecessarily this is like piling up with me. All the sample jobs which you have created. Let's delete this also. Okay, now let's start creating our job. As I said you, I'm going to use this specific repository for me for all my testing. So the first job which I'm going to create will be for compilation activity. So now let's start creating job. So this it will be compile job. Click on freestyle project and click on OK. Right? Click on OK. Okay. So checking. So now we are going to use SCM, and the SCM in this case which we are going to use is get. Here in this case, the repository URL which we are going to deal with will be this. You can come here, paste the repository URL. Pradeep asks, once we delete the project, it will be deleted permanently, and the answer is yes. You cannot recover it. Jenkins do not keep the log with it. So now what we are going to talk about is here the repository URL which I'm going to use is this. Now the first thing which we thought we'll do is the compile activity. Now even before we start working and start thinking about bringing in Maven as the tool, we have to do certain declaration. Let me just see if all the declarations are done on the tool level or not. So here I'll go to the tool and I'll say, hey, I want to manage Jenkins, and I'll go global tool configurations. Under global tool configuration, I'll try to check in case I have done all the configurations for my tool which I'm going to use. So let's see what I did it for Java. For Java, it's good and fine. For Git, it's good and fine. For Maven, it's my Maven, and it's fine. Okay, now let's start working on it. So the compile job is our first job. In the compile job, we just go and configure it. Under SCM section, it talks about get, and here we paste the repository URL. Okay, this is the repository URL. Next is, let's go to build, and under build, you put execute top level, invoke top level Maven targets. And when you get into this, where it says invoke top level Maven targets, Just select the Maven version as my Maven and give the goal as what was the goal of for compile which we learned in Maven. If you remember, we spoke about this in our last session. Do you remember what was the goal for compilation? Anyone? Okay, I'm not getting any response on this. I'm not sure if you all have practiced or not, but you should in case you did not, right? So now here, the goal which you have selected for compilation is compile, and we are going to select that. And once we selected it, hit on save button. And now the next thing will be to build now to check if it's actually working or not. Let's click on console output to see if it's working. And wow, it worked. And it has compiled. So now the compile job is completed successfully. If I go to dashboard and I see compile job, its last success event or instance or build run nearly 30 seconds back, and it successfully completed. Now when it completed successfully, it would have created certain class files. In order to check if it has created in the any class files, anybody remember where the class files could be there for any of the Maven build in its in which directory all the class files will be there? We have seen this also in our last session. Anyone? Any idea? Am I audible? Can you all hear me? Okay, I'm not sure if I'm disconnected. Am I connected? Am I audible? Anybody there who can confirm if I'm audible? Okay, I'm audible. I thought I lost you all. Okay. Yes, check workspace. Okay, that's fine. I mean, workspace is the fine, but I was not expecting answer is workspace. In Maven, we do have whenever the source code will be present, it will be there in src directory. What I was expecting is whenever we run any of the Maven command, it creates another directory within Maven workspace, which is target, and all the class files as of now will be there within the target directory. So click on workspace, and within workspace go to target directory, and within the target directory you can get into compile stuff, or better you go to classes.com. So all the class files are in zipped, all files in zip. So this will be the place where all the Edirica class files will be present, right? This will be the place where all the Edirica class files will be present. And same thing you can see in CLI too. So if you go to console output, same thing you can see in CLI too. So if you copy this and you reach out to demo, here if you do ls, you see this, and if you do tree, apt install tree, apt update, Now let's install tree. And again execute the command tree. And as you execute, you see all the class files are present, right? All the class files are present. Okay. Now you to try to do it. You try to check if the class file is present there in your CLI or not, and let me know. I give you 5 minutes to do this. Please everyone do it. Any doubt you can ping me. Let me know. Okay, it's the time. Is everyone able to do it? Anyone stuck anywhere? Going to GitHub project. Has anyone done it? Because I can see only Abhinay asking for the GitHub link. How about others? Anyone even tried for last 5 minutes? Which GitHub link you have used, Nilay? Can you please paste it here? Can you please paste it here? Okay, I'm not sure if you have done it because I'm not getting any response even. Guys, it's pretty much important for you to come with me, okay? I mean, if you're not doing, you won't be able to learn it. So it's like my humble request to you all, do it. So I'll copy and paste the link once again and try to do it this time. Okay, more 5 minutes for this. Try to do it. Awesome. Everyone, please do it this time. And please give me some response. Otherwise, how can I understand if you're working with me or not? There's a lab guides with the steps like this is, I'm not sure. If we do have lab guides, if you're asking me, I'm not the right person to whom you should ask. You should ask to Simply Learn support team in case if they are maintaining any lab guides with similar kind of steps. But we have a forum to discuss about the project related queries, not which I am aware of. Okay, I see. Abhinay Jain again says done. How about others? Are we done? Okay, I got a response from Jennifer. How about others? I see I do have good number of participants with me, and I just expect everyone to complete it. How about others? Did you all complete it? What's the current status? Yes, no, maybe. See what to say. I did one compile. Awesome. See, this is what I wanted to listen. So why it's failing? Say it. Let's try to understand. Let's try to troubleshoot. Awesome. Very good. Why it's failing for you? What error you're getting? Say it. Say it if you get. Let me know what the error you're getting. Okay, seems say it is trying to look for the error. Anybody else who is getting error? Okay, let's try to create some other jobs. Um, showing there no POM. Wow, it is POM, right? Why it's showing no POM for you? See, POM is there. Check why it's is there any POM or not? So let me just copy the link which you gave me, and let's see. See, POM is there, right? No, basically say it. Okay, okay. See what you have to do. If you are opening, it's Nilesh's, it's Nilesh Vaiti's repository. It's not your repository. So what you have to do first is you have to fork it. See, so you open this, it's fine. Opening is okay, opening, but see this is Nilesh's. See the name. What you have to do is we have done this thing in a last session, right? See, that's why I say you practice you all. Now you have to fork it. You fork it and then run it. We have done this in a last session, guys. Um, okay. Now, once you do this, it will be all okay. Anyone else getting any error? Come on, guys. Unless you do it, unless you get error, how can we resolve that? We help others in learning from your errors. Okay. So now let's learn from this. Okay. So now we created a compile job. Let's create a second job. Click on new item, and this time please everyone, if you can do with me, awesome. Otherwise I'm going to give you time to do, and please do it. Next job will be unit test job. Click on freestyle job, freestyle project, Click on OK. The first thing is SCM. Click on Get. Click on repository URL. I do have my own repository, which is this. Click on code. Copy this. Come here. This. Next, go to build. Add build step. Invoke top level Maven targets. Maven version is my Maven, and goal for testing is test. And you save it now. And once you save it, you build it. Okay, it's building. Go to console output to see if it's actually building. Okay, it's successful, right? It's successful. You see at the end, the message is success. Now, if you come here at this specific location, if you come here at this specific location, and if you open a terminal and you cd to this, do ls and then a tree. Okay, I thought I installed it. Sudo apt update sudo apt install v. Okay, let's first install tree. Okay, now execute tree, and when you execute tree, you see all the txt's, all the xml's, which is having test in its name, is the test cases which it's developing, right? Everything it's developing, and you can see quite the same thing in workspace, Jenkins workspace. So click on unit test job, click on workspace, click on target, and then you have the reports. It's called surefire report. So basically, for testing purpose, Jenkins is calling surefire to perform the task. Surefire comes in and it creates a kind of test report, surefire test report, and as it creates the test report, it gives this test report to all the participants, all the reportees. And how this test report looks like, this test reports are mostly the XML file. So say if I click on any of the XML file, it looks somewhat of this kind, right? It looks somewhat of this kind, which is quite weird to see. As you can see, it's tough to see this. In order to have a proper view, because certainly you cannot view it like this, even though you view it, you cannot understand it. So you must have to have some kind of graphical view, right? You must have to have some kind of graphical view to perform activity. And that graphical view we are going to talk about now. That graphical view we are going to work with now. Certainly with the graphical view, all the activity will be managed, all the activity will be handled. The activity which will be managed and which will be handled will be through certain plugin, will be through certain kind of setup which we will do by using the plugins which we are going to use. Now how those plugins will be brought in, what we are going to do with those plugin setups, how we are going to manage those plugins, that we have already seen in our last week's session, wherein for to manage all the plugins, certainly we need some plugin manager. So we will go back to Jenkins and we'll look for a place where we can see all the plugin managers, where we can have all the plugin manager component done. So we'll go back and we will look for the plugin manager and go to dashboard. Into the dashboard, go to manage Jenkins and click on manage plugins. And when we click on manage plugins, you click on available section. And this will be the place where you have to configure all the setup, entire setup of managing and putting in and calling in all the necessary plugins, right? This will be the place where you have to look for that. This will be the place where you will be installing necessary plugins to do the job, which will convert the Surefire test report. So the plugin which we are going to use in this case is Surefire. Let's search for the plugin Surefire. Okay, says it's not there. Let's click in install Surefire. Okay, JUnit. Okay, it's already having a JUnit plugin with it. That's the reason it's not showing there. So let's do one thing. Since the JUnit framework is already there, let's do some configuration change in the job. So the job which we built was unit test job, which is just this. Now you click on configure section, and under configure section you go to post build actions. Now see, for the last time when we ran, it created a kind of graphical, it created a kind of XML file, which is very tough to manage, right? Which is very tough to manage and handle. Now we are going to create, we are going to look onto the graphical report for it. Now you just choose the option publish JUnit test result report. Now you have to just give a path where your XML file is presented. The XML file is present at the target folder within this Surefire reports, and within this any of the file which is in XML format, right? Any of the file which is in XML format. This is what you have to do. You are just providing the path where all the XML files are present. Now save it and build it. Now you see what happens this time. For the last time it just ran and created a XML file, which is very much tough to manage, very tough to understand, but I wanted to have a kind of graphical report. So now if I go to this, it has a test result, and now you see it says the test result is ready, and the test result says that it is having no failure. It is having 0 failure for now, and this is what we wanted to have. This is what we are going to do, right? So now this will be the report which you'll have to create on your own lab setup. Yeah, let's try to do that. Same link, same repository which you have cloned in 5 minutes timer. Please do this. Let me know as you're done. Okay, what is that, sir? I have a question. Not in line with CI/CD. What is that we need to learn? Get the terminal result on the GUI browser screen. Terminal. Okay, just have done, right? You have seen the terminal result on the GUI browser. Yeah. Okay, hope everyone is doing fine. How things are going. If you can keep me posted, that will be great. Oh, 3 minutes left out. Let me know how it's going. Finishing XML file pathway. Sure. So here it is. From here, here is the unit test job. Go to workspace, target, and in Surefire remote, any of the file which is in XML format. So this is the path. Target Surefire reports, and within that report, any of the file which is in XML format. Awesome. So the flow is ready to create under freestyle project. What is that? The flow is we need to create under freestyle. Yeah, you need to create under freestyle project. Yes. After post build action, where to go? Okay. So after post build action, you have to click on add build step. You have to click on, okay, that is build, right? So after post build actions, you just need to click on add post build actions, and here you select publish JUnit result report. For me, it's grayed out because I've already selected it. If you did not, then it will be highlighted for you. Just click on publish JUnit test result report, and as you do this, this page opens for you. Here under test report XML, you put the path and see if it works. Okay, Ken, what is that thing you say? I'm slow learning, and not a problem, not a problem. How about others? Is everyone able to do it? Just give me a quick confirmation. You need more time. Can I get some more responses, please? And everyone should. Can you show the path of this result? Sure. The path is this, Jennifer. This is the path. Where is that? The path is this. Awesome. How about others? Can I get some more responses? Are you all doing it? Anyone tried doing it? Do you want to do with the recordings? Do you want some more time? Anything is okay, but at least respond. Okay, great, not a problem. Okay, so once these are done, everything is all set. Let's move to onto our another job, next job. So we are done with the compile job and we are done with the unit test job. Our next job, which we'll be talking about, is next job which we are going to talk about will be metric check job. Metric check job. And in metric check job, it's freestyle project. Click on OK. So this is our third job. Here again, select the SCM, and in SCM, check the box, click on Get, and select it. Okay, selected. Now you just click on Build. Under Build, you just have to choose for certain option. Build, add build step, invoke top level Maven targets, and under invoke top level Maven targets, choose the version as my Maven and choose the goal. Now for Maven, in build, what need to okay, in the last job you're saying, Raj. So in the build, in the last job, which we have to select test as the goal, because we are working unit test. We are working on unit test job, right? So it should be test as the goal. Okay, thank you. So under the goal, since for this we are going to choose the option as Cobertura, because Cobertura will be the tool which we are going to use. So the goal here will be more aligned to Cobertura. So now Maven Cobertura goals. If we go to Maven Cobertura goals. Okay. Now you see here Cobertura colon Cobertura. So what it's going to do, this goal should be used as a Maven report. So here we are going to use Cobertura colon Cobertura as the reporting mechanism, as the kind of tool which will generate report for us. Here we'll use this with a number of flags which we can put in order to do a number of things. We have spoken about the flags which we use with covertura in our last session, right? So same thing I'm going to do again. So here we have discussed all these things in our last session, guys. So the goal which I'm going to use is covertura colon covertura dash. I'm going to use certain flag to do the job. We remember in our last session too, we have used certain flag covertura dot report dot format equals to XML. Covertura colon covertura dash D covertura dot report dot format equals to XML, and now save it. Okay, now you build it. It says failed on project address for execution. Okay, plugin issues. Let's go and check what is the plugin issue. Manage Jenkins. Manage plugin. Available. Covertura. Everything is fine. Covertura. Yeah, it's working fine, right? Spaghetti. Okay, so this plugin is good. What's going on? Version 1.17. Okay, this plugin is good. Still, I'm getting error. Let's just read out error again. Let's see why it's failing. Because I cannot show you certain very interesting thing if it fails. So build covertura colon covertura dash d covertura dot report dot format equals to XML. I'm Evan SCM. Yeah, it's fine. Metric check job. Let's read out again. Let execute goal module corresponding covertura attachment. 2.7 instrument on project address for execution. Okay, it says covertura Maven plugin 2.7, but I'm using 1.7. Okay, could not find artifact. To do one of our resolve couldn't find artifact. So there could be two things. Either it's not compatible with Java version 11. You have to change that, or it's. Let's first check because I can see two errors. One is it could be the problem with Java version 11, or it could be problem with the Surefire plugin. So let me see if I can work on Surefire plugin. Go to updates and check for Surefire plugin update. Let me just see if I can look for updates on Surefire plugin. Okay, so I cannot see any update which is needed with Surefire plugin. Okay, so now in that case, the other option is to change Java version from 11 to 8. So go to Manage Jenkins, Manage Global Tool Configuration, JDK installation. So let's go to this path, user live JVM. Let's see this. cd slash user slash live slash JVM. And here we do have Java version 8 as well. So I'm going to use this. Okay. Save. Okay. But I mean, it should be compatible with Java version 11 also. But there could be the inbuilt code which can have some dependency issue. Not a problem. Let's try to run it. Let's go to dashboard and metric check job. Click again. Oh wow, it failed again. Okay, why it's again going to Java version 11 when I saved it? I think the problem is with Java version 11. But why it's going to Java version? Replaced it, right? User live JVM Java version 11 open JDK. Manage Jenkins. I got success with Java version 11 or Java version? Okay, Java version 8, right? Yeah. So the problem is with Java version only. Okay, well done, Nilesh. Good. So let's try to see if I made a change here or not. If that change is successful or not. Okay, so this is Java version 8. It's fine. Then why it's not running? Because I wanted to show you a couple of interesting things if it runs. So that's important. Mm, Well, now, okay, it's not accepting it. Let me just delete this job and recreate it. Okay. I think things are cached in this job. Project. New item. Matrix check. Raw freestyle. Okay. SCM kit. And invoke talk level Maven targets. My Maven. Goals. Covertura colon. Covertura dash D. Covertura dot report dot format equals to XML. Right. So this is done. Save it. Okay. Okay. So I'm not sure, guys, why it's always taking Java version 11, which ideally it should not. Something is cached. Work with this. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Let's try that. Global tool configuration. JDK and copy this. Dashboard. Metric check. Right now. Ah, for me, even that is also not. Things are cached, I think. Yeah, it's still going to Java version 11. Things are cached. So maybe I need to do some cleanup. Lots of things are cached. Okay, can it be because every time when it's running, yeah, it could be because of that. So when every time when it's running, it's going to the same workspace, right? And in that workspace, the configuration is done this. So yeah, that is the reason. Absolutely. Now I'm able to get it. CD paste ls rm dash rf star ls. Awesome. Now cd go back ls. Oh, go back ls. Okay. Rm dash rf metric check job ls metric. Okay, the job is gone. See, let's run it again. Okay, let's reach out to this place. Automatic check job and bill now. Wow. Still nothing. I got one more session. Let's change the project in general tabs so the GDK configured before JVM 8. Is that in the general tab of JDK? Oh, okay. 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 So multiple JDKs are there on my machine. Okay. Seems multiple JVMs are there. That's the reason it's erroring out. Okay. Got it. Okay. Awesome. So this is done this time. Now once this is done, this has created certain Kobayashi report. Okay. Now you come here, you click on Kobayashi, and here you see, okay, not this. Okay, site Kobayashi. Okay. Now you see, this is the coverage.xml report, which talks mostly about the code coverage, right? This talks mostly about the code coverage, which is like nobody can understand this. This is something in XML format, which I don't have any idea. Now the next thing which we have to learn is how to convert this into a graphical user format. In order to convert this into graphical user format, you have to go back, and once you go back, click on metric check job, configure the job, and this time you click on post build actions, and under the post build action you click on publish Covertura report. Now in order to create this actually publish Covertura coverage report, but in order to click this report, remember that you should have Covertura plugin installed, unless this option will not be visible for you. Now once you see this, just copy this. You see, target, site, Covertura, and coverage.xml. So you just copy, take this path and paste it here. Okay, covertura.xml and save this. Right, and now build again. Now once you build it, it will generate certain graphical based report for you, and that is what we want to do. Now I click on build 5, and now you see coverage report. Now you see, now this started giving some graphical based report for me, like what are the packages, what are the files, classes, methods, lines, conditionals, how much percentage of it ran successfully, how much percentage of it did not run. It gives you all the details in a kind of well defined color coding as well, right? So this is called Covertura coverage report. Yep, I think majority of you have already completed that. But in case if you want to take some time to do that, just let me know. I can give you 5 minutes to do that. Okay, everyone, try to get that graphical report. How to use Jacoco code coverage tool? It's simple. Like the way you use Kavachura, you will use Jacoco. So for that, the first thing which you have to do is, let me just see if I do have Jacoco installed with me or not. The first thing will be, Rohini, Jacoco must be configured and put in your POM file. Jacoco is a kind of easy one. So you go to configure, go to post build actions, and check if Jacoco is there. So I do not have Jacoco installed. But remember, Jacoco must be first configured and put it in your POM file. Maybe I can show you. Let me see if I can show you that. So Jacoco is the plugin. First thing you have to install this Jacoco plugin. So just select this box and install the plugin. Okay, it's done. Now when it's done, now if you go to any of the job and click on dashboard, click on metric check job, you go to configure, go to post build action, I see record Jacob coverage report. It started coming. It was not there before, right? So it was not there before. It started coming now. So this is what you have to do. You have to just select it appropriately, and you have to work on it, right? Can you please show that Java settings since it's failing for me to? Okay. So Java, the first thing which you have to do is you have to configure Java appropriately in your build tool section, wherein you can come at the manage Jenkins level, here global tool configuration, and under global tool configuration you look for JDK, and there you use JDK. Actually I had two JDKs, two Java stuff, so my Java and JDK, so I had both, and that's the reason it was getting confused. Okay, which one to pick, which one to leave. So once you have this, after that you go to the job that you created, metric check job, configure. Now reach out to general, and in general you under JDK you search the option. Okay, fine, which one to choose, JDK 11 or my Java. So now I've chosen JDK 11, which has Java version 8 configured, and after that I triggered the pipeline. It worked for me, right? Okay, great. Now let's move on to our last section, which is packaging. So last job which I'm going to run is packaging. Now click on dashboard, click on new item, and here package job. Click on freestyle project, click on OK. Now click on SCM. Click on get. Now click on this and get the repository URL. Okay, now this is with us. Now click on build. Once I click on build, invoke top level Maven targets, my Maven, and the goal for packages package, right? Goal for packages package. Now you save it and build now. As you click on build now, it should create a package for you. Let's see if the package is created. Who is this? Ramya. Hi Azad, please open my mic. Okay. For what good reason, Ramya? Want me to open your mic? I cannot even see any question you have pinged till now. For what good reason you want me to open your mic? Console output. Okay, now let's come here. You have doubts about class. Okay, if you have doubts about class, just ping simply learn. If you have doubts about what I'm teaching technically, ping in the chat. This is not the forum wherein we should talk about doubts about the class. Okay, now wait, let's come here. Let's reach out to the place, and here we have under tree we should get some package. The package should be either in var, EAR, jar format. Actually, which topic we are covering? The previous class cancelled. So Ramya, while I started the session, I gave a recap of what I've covered, and I've said what all topics I'm going to talk about today, which is CI/CD. So did you join late? Did not you listen that? Okay, so here it must create a package for us. Let's see if it has created some package. You see, here the address book.war package was created. The address book dot war package is created. Now, this package which is created, is the package which gets deployed at the respective place. It could be Docker container, it could be elsewhere. Now, if you have been aware of what Docker container looks like, I would have deployed it in Docker container, and I would have shown you how to work on it. Yeah, but this is the package which is as of now with us, which is package.war, right? And this will be there in the same file, same path which comes in the output, in the job output, right? Which is this one, right? Which is this one. So just try to do it. This is very small demo, so I'll give you 2 minutes to complete this. So please try to do it in 2 minutes. Wow, Rohini, great. How about others? Wow, done. Great. How about others? Everyone, try to complete this. This is the simplest demo. Now, after this, we are going to create a pipeline by binding all these stages. I lost the track, that's why I ping. Just try to go through recordings from here. You'll get the, perhaps you'll try to understand. Okay, anyone else? Any issues? Anyone who did not do it? Oh, lab got disconnected. Oh, wow. Oh, for me it's there. It happens. I mean, sometimes it disconnects. Let's try to reconnect, Abhinay. Okay, so now we do have different jobs. Goal, what need to write? Okay, so for goal you have to write package. So the goal for package is going to be package itself. The goal for package is going to be package itself. Okay, now let's try to create some kind of relation. Let's create a kind of sequence wherein all these jobs should be triggered as per the sequence which we spoke about. Now we are going to create a sequence wherein completion of one job should trigger other job. So now the first job is compile job. Click compile job. So when we are going to set up a sequence, always there is some trigger. We are talking about build triggers here, wherein now there were different kind of build triggers. If you remember, which we have completed in our last session, wherein we spoke about poll SCM, we spoke about GitHub trigger, we spoke about build periodically. But now today I'm going to introduce one more trigger, which is build after other projects are built, right? Wherein we are going to talk about what happens when one project is built and how completion of one project is able to build another project. How does it happen? We're going to talk about that today. Build after other projects are built. Now how it happens? Let's try to understand it. Now, and what is this? Build after other projects are built. Let's try to understand this. So literally, what does it mean when it says build after other projects are built? When I hear it, it says that hey, you build a job which is compiled job after any other job completes successfully, right? But compiled job is again the first job, so I don't need to worry about it. I don't need to even think about uh, this option for now for compiled job. So I will just leave this option, and there is something called post build actions. I'll click on that. And in post build actions, I'll just drop down and I'll say build other projects. Click on this option, build other projects, wherein under build other projects, it's now looking for the projects to build. Now the project which it wants to build is after compile job. Next job was test job, right? So what was the name of the job? Unit test. Okay, unit test job. So what I'm saying is, hey, after completion of compile job, you build a unit test job and save it, right? Now when you do this and refresh the page, it talks something about downstream job. So what is downstream job? Here in this, CT, which is continuous testing, is a downstream to CDEP, which is continuous development. CDEP, which is continuous deployment, is a job which is a downstream for CT, right? Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm back. So here, CDEP, which is continuous deployment, is a downstream to CT, which is continuous testing. Similarly, CF, which is continuous feedback, is the downstream to CDEP. Now there are two things, downstream and upstream. Any job which runs after a job is a downstream job. Any job which runs before a job, it is called upstream job. So for CT and CF, CDEP plays different sort of role. For CF, CDEP is a upstream job. For CT, CDEP is a downstream job, right? So same job can be upstream to one job and downstream to another job. Now let's try to configure this only. So unit test job runs after compile job, henceforth it's a downstream job. Now for unit test job, since unit test job is about to run after compile job, so it will have build after other projects are build option. Now projects to watch here will be compile job. Okay, and here once I put compile job, it's all set. Next is post build actions. Under post build actions, I have to choose for other project which I want to build. And here after unit test job, the job which is going to trigger will be uh, matrix check job. And as you save it and as you refresh this page, now you see the difference. Now unit test job is a kind of downstream job to compile job, but it's a upstream job for matrix check job. And henceforth for unit test, the upstream job is compile and downstream is matrix check job, right? I'll give a pause here and let's take some break. After the break, we'll talk more and we'll try to understand a couple of more interesting things. Parallelly in break, if you want to complete this, it's good. And after the break, we'll talk about it. Let's take a break of 20 minutes, and we'll be break after the break. Let's go on break. Thank you, everyone. Hello everyone, please confirm you are back. Great. Okay, so now let's begin and let's talk about it. Okay, so now we have completed this part wherein we have brought in these two stuffs. So just let me know in case if you are done with the demo which we have completed, which we are working on before we went on break, wherein we have created upstream and downstream jobs for unit test job. Done? How about others? Done? Anybody who is unable to do, and in case if nobody responds, then I'll understand that everybody has done it and I'll move on. Okay, no response. Let's move on. Now let's move to metric check job. Now click on metric check job, and in metric check job this time let's configure it again, and while configuring there will be build triggers, and under the build trigger I'll do quite the same thing, build after other projects are built, which is called um, test or unit test job, and you just choose the option as to test it. Okay, I'm not sure what's the issue. Let me just refresh this page. Okay, now build after the projects are built, projects to watch, unit test job, fantastic. Now let's go on and post build actions. Under post build actions, build other projects after metric check job completes. Now which job it will build? It will build package job because that is the last job. That is the package. Okay, I'm not sure why it's opening this when I'm pressing package. Is there anything wrong with my key? Okay, when the backspace is not working. Oh, even the backspace is not working. Okay, am I not able to copy paste? Okay, it's working now. Awesome. So package job and select package job and save it. Now you see, just come and refresh this. Now as I refresh this, it will be exactly the same way as I wanted it to be. It will have a upstream job, it will have a downstream job, and it will have everything which you wish to do, right? It will have exactly the same thing which I am expecting it to go over. So now, once we do this, we have all these contents. Now the last job of the sequence. What is the last job of the sequence? Package job. Go and choose this. Go to configure. Go to build triggers. Under build trigger, we have build periodically. Oh, sorry, build after other projects are built. And in this case, the project which I want to build is matrix check job. When I build matrix check job, my package job will trigger. And there is no after job, and there is no job which runs after package job. So I'm not going to worry about build other projects for now. Save it and refresh this. So that's fine. So now this is for package job, upstream job is matrix check job. For matrix check job, upstream job is unit test job, downstream job is package job. For unit test, upstream job is compile job, downstream job is matrix check job. For compile job, downstream job is unit test job. Fine. Now I'll show you some interesting thing. See, when I ran compile job for the last time, what it was showing? It was showing started by user admin. When I ran package job for the last time, when I ran package job, where it go? Package job for the last time. What it's showing? What it's showing? It's showing that started by user admin, right? It's showing started by user admin. Now, do I want to do this? Do I want to start all the job, everything being admin? No, I don't want to do that. Rather, I will just trigger it by the way I have set it up. Now I'll just trigger compile job and I'll build a compile job and you see what happens. Now I'm just exactly at the page where I can see all the build queues. Now you see after compilation of build job, unit test job is triggered automatically. Now unit test job is in build is in queue. Now see unit test job started running on its own. I'll keep annotating it in case if I can. I see matrix check job, build queue, matrix check job is running. Package job is in queue. Package job is running. See, it's happening automatically. I did not do anything. Now I will go to package job. You see what I can see there. Now I'll go to package job. Where did it go? Where are you? Here it is. The latest run is true. The console output, and what I see here is package job is started by metric check job. Metric check job is started by upstream job. Upstream project unit test. Upstream job is unit test job is triggered by again upstream job, which is compile job. And finally compile job was triggered by admin. We can also set there as some timestamp and can trigger compile job as per the timestamp. That is also possible, right? That is also possible. So this is the way this thing works. This is the way this thing is configured. Yes, this is the way this thing is configured. Now you see, I set up everything in a sequence. Now what I want is, I want to have a kind of graphical view of looking these all in a kind of graphical manner. Can I do that? Can I see that? And the answer is yes, I can see that. In order to see that, click on Manage Jenkins, and in Manage Jenkins, click on Manage Plugins, because I want to install one plugin to get that view. The name of the plugin is Pipeline View, and yeah, build pipeline. You see, this is the pipeline. What this pipeline does, this pipeline basically gives a view of build pipeline, wherein we can see upstream and downstream jobs which are connected from and form a build pipeline, right? It gives a kind of graphical view. As of now, when we trigger, though it was getting triggered in sequence, but I was unable to view it. But I spoke about some color combinations. Green means successful, red means failed, yellow means to start, and blue means in progress. Where is that view? Where is that view? So we have to get that view. In order to get that view, what I'll do is, I will just install this plugin, build pipeline plugin. Install without restart, and it's working. Right? It's working. And it completed successfully. When it completed successfully, you go to Manage Jenkins, and in Manage Jenkins, you go to Dashboard. Here in Dashboard, you can see something called My Views. Click on My Views. As I click on My Views, as of now it is having only one view. Click on New View. I want to create a new view, which is Build Pipeline View, and give a name to this view, which is CICD. Any name you can give. I just chose a name which is CICD. Click on OK, and as I click on OK, it says that find the name which you are giving is CICD, but which will be your initial job, which will be your first job. So the first job will be compile job. As you can see, the first job is compile job, which I have chosen. Now click on OK, and as I hit on OK, it gives me a view, right? It gives me a view. Now you see exactly the same view as we have created here. All green as of now, because for the last time every job ran successful. Now let's trigger it. In order to trigger, you see there is an arrow, and I'm just going to click on the arrow. The job which is running, the job which is running, this job completed successfully. The job which is, see, this job is waiting. The job which is, this job completed successfully, green. This job is running. Unit test job completed successfully, green. Other job are in yellow color. Other job are in blue color. A metric check job started running. It turned yellow. And package job still waiting. Now your metric check job completed successfully. The last comes package job. And okay, package job also started running. And it will also complete, right? It will complete. Yes. And we have seen now the pipeline view, right? A kind of fancy graphical view, guys. So now in this demo, I've created two jobs. Metric check. I've created the configuration with metric check job and package job. After that, I ran the pipeline and checked in case if pipeline is getting triggered in queues or not. After that, I installed a plugin. The name of the plugin is Build Pipeline plugin. And after that, I ran the plugin to install to check in case if everything is good or not. Couple of things I've done in this demo. And now you do it, and I give you 10 minutes to complete this. Everyone, please do it. If anyone got stuck anywhere, let me know. Okay, so now I hope everyone has done it. We got enough amount of time this time to complete this. So now you have completed this pipeline. Anybody stuck anywhere? And if I won't get any response, I'll consider it as everyone has done it. Okay, good. Now since everyone has done it, now this is the time to talk about different type of pipelines. Now see guys, as of now we are trying to create some kind of as of now we have created only the freestyle jobs, right, which is having some UI view, some user interface view. But every time it's not possible for you to have a UI view. Sometimes you have to write some kind of script to get these things done. That type of pipeline is called scripted pipeline. We are going to talk about that in detail now. So now basically in case of user interface view, you were getting everything in the graphical manner. But in case of scripted pipeline, there will be the graphical view which comes at the end, but while creating the job, you have to write certain code. That code is mostly in Groovy syntax. Now that code when you write, it's basically of two forms. One is declarative code and another is scripted code. Yeah, two code will be there, declarative and scripted. Wherein in case of declarative, you will write certain code which will be of the format which will have more of the global variables with it, and in case of scripted it will have mostly the Jenkins defined variables. So that is the basic two difference in between scripted and declarative. Now in case of scripted pipeline, whenever you're writing this code you need to follow certain syntax, wherein you have to start with something, you have to go up to something, you have to put in certain stages, and you have to call in multiple pipelines and a number of things you have to do, wherein you have to do the core work through the entire pipeline, right, which will do the core work throughout the entire pipeline. It's pretty much important for you to understand this. Now here all the stages you'll have to define in the pipeline job concept. Like if I have to create a pipeline job, the first thing which I have to do is click on new item and here give a name as pipeline. Okay, many pipelines are there, so I have to delete some of the pipeline jobs that we should not end up uh, messing up things. Okay. Okay, and now let's get into, click on new item and here we select pipeline -1 and now you click on pipeline. Instead of we have checked, we now know what Maven project is. We have worked on Maven project in our last session. We have worked in freestyle job a lot. Now third type of job which is pipeline. So click on this which is pipeline. and after that click on OK. So as you click on OK, it's going to open something for you. Now here I'll directly go to pipeline stuff, wherein we need to start writing certain pipelines. We need to start writing certain pipeline stuff, certain pipeline script, right? We need to start writing certain pipeline script which must have some capacity to do certain number of things. So now, sorry. So now, in order to start working on these components, wherein you have to start defining pipeline stuff, what we can do is we can start our pipeline by running certain sample pipeline code, right? Let's start writing some sample pipeline codes which we will use, and we will try to understand different syntaxes which any pipeline uses. Now, whenever we write any of the pipeline job, especially the scripted one, in that case the pipeline always begins with pipeline itself, right? So the pipeline always begins with pipeline itself, and we can just write a couple of things. So now stage script begins with pipeline. Within pipeline you can write anything, but the beginning should be pipeline. Now within pipeline, in case if you want to call any specific agent, or if you want to define stages, you can do that. So now by default, if you want to choose any agent, wherein you say that, hey, run my job in any of the available agent which you do have, then I'll just go ahead and I'll say that, hey, take any agent which is available to you. If there is any specific agent where you want to run your job, then instead of putting any at this place where I have defined agent, you can just choose the name of the agent where you want to run it. But as of now, since it's any agent, so I'm going to choose and I'm going to make it as any. Now when I put it any, when I make it any, the next thing which comes is to define stages. So now you see the sequence. Within pipeline, the first declaration is for agent, next is stages. Within stages, I can have a number of stage, but whenever you are starting any stage, you have to just write what stage you want to do, what exactly you want to perform the task. So sample stage 1, and within this stage you have to write steps, all the steps which you want to execute. So say under this you want to execute a shell command which is hello, this is first stage, right? This is first stage. This is step 1 in stage 1. You can add more than one steps also. You can say more commands you can put in. That's fine. Or if you want to do it, just do it. Say you execute more of the shell command. It says okay, this must be echo. And this must be df-h. Okay, now this is my stage 1. After this stage 1, you can add couple of more stages, saying that sample stage 2, and therein you can write steps and say echo hello, this is my second stage, and then you can display it some time. Okay, now you run it and see what happens. Save and build now, right? Save and build now. Okay, okay, I get it. It says that certain configuration which you put in is wrong. So now you have to put some brackets here. I forgot to put in these brackets, and this is not even recognizing this df dash h. Okay, then in that case, if it's not recognizing, then what to do? Just put it within shell and make it like this, and now put it within shell, make it like this. Save and build now. Okay, so second run is in progress. I want to show you basically the fancy look of it. Now you see the fancy look of it, right? Now you see the fancy look of it. Okay, though it failed. Let's see why did it fail. Okay, I have to put that within bracket. Okay, build again. Okay, now you see the fancy look of it. Now you see both the stages completed successfully, but you see the look. This is also graphical look, much better than what we got from build pipeline. But for this, you have to write certain scripts. It is not going to run unless you write some specific script, which will do some interesting job for you, right? So this is how it functions, guys. This is how things work on scripted pipeline. So I'll give you 5 minutes of time and you try to write one sample Groovy script for yourself and try to understand what actually we are trying to do. I'll open this and this is there for you. Try to write this, try to understand the stage. Yep, yeah, it is. Go ahead, please. How can we compile a Git project using script pipeline? We'll see that, Rohini. Just let's let's reach to that stage. I'll show you how to compile a Git project using script pipeline. Actually, let's do that. Our next sample code will be to compile the Git project only. Okay. Okay. So I see. Next thing which we are going to do is to configure stuff. Now let's start creating or let's start compiling the code. Now let's create another sample code which is pipeline 2, new item, pipeline 2, 2. And in pipeline 2 again this will be pipeline project. Click on OK and clear reach out to pipeline. Now this time we are going to compile our project. So now you do have two steps. One is first to clone code from GitHub repository, and second is to compile, because that was pretty much easy in case of UI stuff. In UI you had only one specific task to do in one job. If it's compile, you have to do just compile. If it's cloning, you have to do just cloning. If it's unit test, you have to do just that. But in this case you can see we do have the flexibility to add multiple stages, right? We are good enough to add multiple stages like the way we have done in this case. Now let's do quite the same thing. Let's try to make these changes accordingly. Now in order to make these changes, what you can do is you can just start writing certain scripts. Let's see how it works. So pipeline, and in pipeline use agent, and since as of now we are talking about any of the agent, so put agent as any, and herein we will start using some tools because our project is a Maven based tool, right? And that is the reason I have to just define certain tools also. Now which tool you will define? You have to ensure that you are defining only those tools which is present in your global tool repository. Now for that you have to go to global tool configuration. Under global tool configuration you have to look for the tool which is Maven. You have to look for the tool which is Maven. Now you see, as of now I'm using Maven, and the name which I gave to Maven is my Maven. So I have to take exactly the same name, my Maven, to define it. Now here the tool which I am going to call to perform certain level of task is Maven, and the name of the Maven will be my Maven. tool definition is done. Next comes to start defining certain stages, like the way we have done in our previous demo. We have defined certain stages. Within that stage, within those stages, start defining stage. Now you should get hang of it, right? Within the stage, next certainly is about to come stage. Within that stage, the first stage which I want to define is to clone, the repository. The first stage which I want to call for is to clone the repository, right? So here I'll write clone, and while I am cloning it, I have to write for certain steps. And here the step is to call in the content from get URL, which will be get URL itself. Now as you put get URL, after that you need to provide steps. Step will be to figure out, okay fine, what is the URL from where I have to pull in the code. URL is nothing but the link itself. Put that link, and now this will be your first step. With this step, this stage is done, which is to clone. Now next stage will be to compile. In order to compile, just add one more stage, which is compile. Now here when I am adding this stage, I have to just write certain steps. The step will be to execute maven command. Now if you remember, for compilation, the command which I was executing was ambient compile, right? Ambient compile, and that's it. That's it, guys. If I am able to put all these things, basically I am able to perform my task. So just save it and build it. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. You see, it's trying to clone things. It's a declarative tool, and it's trying to compile. It's taking time to compile. Yes, and it is compiled. Now you go to console output, and you see it has compiled code, all the class files. If you go to target directory, within that you can see all the compiled files are there. All the compiled files are there. So this is how you have to check, guys. Now in case if you want to see where the compiled files are present, you can just go to this specific workspace, and at this workspace, just look for the file. It is having target directory, and now it has all the class files, right? All the class files. So Rohini, hope you got your answer. And for everyone, please start doing it. You have 5 minutes to do this. Okay, great. So this is the one. Thanks, Rohini, for putting in the code. So hope everyone is able to do it. Again, Rohini, see the URL which you are using is my URL. You should not use it. You fork it. Okay. Now let's go back and let's try to add couple of more steps. So now in our last code we did couple of things. In our last code we worked on the last pipeline which which we have created had quite a lot of things. We'll talk about that also. But prior to that, hope you got some idea about the basic pipeline script which we can use. Now Jenkins works pretty much well with other languages also. Like you can use Jenkins for Gradle, Nant, you can use it with Visual Studio Code, you can use it with say Python, different languages Jenkins fits in. And you can create quite the same sort of pipeline jobs for different languages also. I remember in our last session, I was getting some question and that was quite interesting. I'm getting lesser questions today. In our last discussion, we got some question as if the code or the form file is equally good for .NET projects, and I said yes, it is. I was also getting some question wherein we were talking about if the Jenkins job will be good fit for .NET projects, and I said yes, Jenkins job will be good fit for .NET projects. And this is how Jenkins works, guys. It provides excellent amount of support for languages other than Java by using Maven, right? So you can, I mean, I'm just giving you an example on Java, but say tomorrow you get a situation wherein you need to work with .NET as the code. You can follow quite the same methodology process to do that, right? So you can just work with it and you can do lots of things, lots of things. Okay, now I want to introduce you with one of the web application framework which can be built on Groovy. So one of the web application framework which is built on Groovy is Grails framework, right? One of the framework which is built on Groovy is Grails framework, wherein you can use Grails framework to create a number of applications. You can use this, you can work on this, you can create some Java boot applications by using Grails. You can do anything. You can just go ahead and start working on Grails setup. Yeah. Now, whenever you're working, certainly the first thing should be configuring it. The first thing should be configuring it on your machine so that so that you can you can create a kind of job for you, right? You can create a kind of job for you, right? So how you will do that? How you can create that? How you can create a pipeline wherein you can use the Grails framework to do the job for you, to create certain stuff for you. Whether you're going to use the scripted pipeline for this, or you can create the freestyle setup also. Many many things are there wherein you can just pull in the contents, pull in the stuffs. So in order to understand this part wherein you will use the Grails framework to do the job, it's pretty much important for you to install a Grails plugin in the first place. So what you have to do, come here and look for Grails plugin, right? So now you go to dashboard, you know very well how to set up any of the Grails framework. Okay, now you know very well how to set up any kind of plugin. You can go to manage Jenkins. In manage Jenkins, you go to manage plugin and go to manage plugin, and here you go to available section to look for Grails. Okay, is it already installed? Okay, Grails should have been there. Not sure the support for Grails is removed or something. Let me just look for it, because certainly we must have Grails set up. Okay, seems the uh, the Grail pipeline or Grail plugin has been decommissioned. Considering the considering the legacy setup which Grails come up with, it's not in support anymore. It seems. Okay, so not a problem. We'll talk about some other interesting um, plugin or application which we can build on Jenkins. I thought to show you some of the Grails concept, but seems it's legacy, not in use anymore. With the newer version of Jenkins, it doesn't even come, doesn't even appear anymore. Okay, so when you do this kind of setup, wherein you have to just go ahead and install work and get working on the setup, which you have to configure from very fresh, you can just get into it, right? You can just get into it. Now you can do quite the same thing uh, for other configurations as well, like the way we have done with like the way we have done with like the way we have done with uh, certain jobs, certain Gradle jobs in our previous session, in our last session. You can do couple of similar things as well. Well, today I want you to introduce you with one more interesting feature. Now, many times when we build the job is built, but the build happens, but the build is usually parameterized, right? When I say build is parameterized, build looks for certain input, right? Build looks for certain input. Now, what is a parameterized build? Let's understand that. In order to understand a parameterized build, let's click on new item and let's create a job which is parameterized job. Freestyle project, click on OK, right? Freestyle job and click on OK. Now once you click on OK, you will have the option to create a parameterized build. Now you see, this project is parameterized. And now you will see the difference in between a normal build and a parameterized build. Now it is asking you to add a parameter, right? It is asking you to add a parameter. Just select a string parameter. Yes, just select a string parameter and you can give any string of your choice. You can give a string choice wherein you can talk about some release cycle or environment. The default value which I want to give is dev and save it. One of the parameter which I put in. If you want to add more parameters, it's possible, right? You add a new parameter. Now this time I want to run, you already have chosen string parameter. I want to just select choice parameter, wherein I want to say, hey, you just put in your choices. So here you can say the build type, build type. Here I can just say, okay, fine. The build type could be um, Maven build, Ant build, Gradle build, right? I gave an option. I gave one option to it, and if you want, you can give some description also. Now you save it. As you save it, you just refresh this. Okay, sorry, I just refreshed the entire page itself. Okay, now you see, build now option is gone. Initially, you had the option of build now, wherein by clicking on build now, you were able to build the job, but now it's not there. Now the option which appears in front of you is build with parameters. So click on this, it says build with parameters. And now it's asking you to choose in between, in case if the environment is this, in case if the build type is this, it's asking you to choose it. Now I've chosen certain option, say I am going with Gradle build and build it. Now once I build it, it's going to run the job, right? It's going to run the job. This is called parameterized job, wherein the job is created and is parameterized based on certain inputs which you provide, right? Based on certain inputs which you provide. This concept, this stuff you can put in, you can just bring in your configurations. Okay, now another thing which you need to think about is how can I create certain important things. Let's talk a bit more about parameterized, because this could be very important for you when you start working on the build stage or build configurations. This will be a very important configuration for you. Now many times guys, you will get into a situation wherein you do have multiple releases, right? You do have multiple releases, and out all those releases You have to choose one. Okay, I'm talking about you have to choose one out of many, right? You have to choose one out of many. And when you have to choose one out of many, you need to think about some specific sort of configuration which can help you to create a build setup. Remember, you can think about that as well. You can think about having some sort of configurations. And that configuration we are going to talk about now, right? We are going to talk about that configuration now, which will help you to build some specific type of lab setup, some specific type of parameterized job setup, and that is what we will talk about. Now, whenever you are talking about that, it's pretty much important for you to understand how even the code's release cycle is measured, how the code's release cycle is configured, and the how the how different sort of parameters you can invoke in your code. That is pretty much important for you to understand. Now let's go to another repository which I do have, wherein we do have different stages of the code. Just pull that out. Okay. Now let's let's try to find out another code. Let me just find out another code which has different versions in it, which I can demo you here so that you can understand the configurations. Okay, I'm just trying to look for it. Um, Let me just look for it. It is Maven. Uh, okay. Mm, just trying to look for it. Because I remember in one of the code, I've created different stages. I'm just trying to look for that I can share that with you, right? That I can share that with you. Just look for it. That was sample code. Uh, Not this. I'm still trying to find. Okay, if I am unable to find um the box. Okay, it's not appearing now. No problem. In case if it's not appearing, then let's do one thing. Let's try to use this code, which is Java code. Okay, let's use this code. This I have four. Yeah, this is having different releases. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. So now you see this code is having multiple releases, beta 1, beta 2, and beta 3. So it is having different releases which was developed differently. Like beta 1, I was able to add uh, somewhere last year, and beta 2 also I made changes, beta 3 also I made changes, right? So now I do have beta 1, beta 2, and beta 3 as three different releases for this code, beta 1, beta 2, and beta 3. Right. Now what I want to do is I want to create a kind of parameterized code by using this specific code. Now what I'll do is in case if you want to, it's creating a release is pretty much easy, guys. In case if you don't know, let me just show you. Creating a release is very much easy. So here, when you go to your release, here you will find the option as releases. Now, in case if you want to create a new release, then the first thing will be draft a new release. So you draft a new release, and it's asking for another release. So say beta 4. This here you can put another code, whatever you wish to. You can put another code. You can give a description to release, what you're trying to do with this release, what kind of content you want to put this release and all. You can just attach all the binaries, all the codes which will be moving as a part of this release. If you want to preview it, and the target anyways for you it's master. If you want to make some other, you can do that as well. If you want to attach a tag, you can attach a tag as well. But I want to create a new release for this and publish release. Call it tag, okay. So draft a new release, release title. Okay, I just do one thing. As of now, I do have 3 tags with me. Just check. Okay, so this is the one, and here go to +2 releases, and once you go to +2 releases, you can add certain things. But I was thinking to do certain other. This was the latest which I created. Source code.zip, and this I brought in with this specific comment. Fair enough. So this was the one which I was able to bring in from my local with the tag which is beta 3. Okay, as of now, let's do one thing. Uh, let's go to the code, POM file, edit POM file, and just write something. This is for testing. Okay. And now you want to just build it. And as I commit changes, yeah, I'm just trying to look for something else. Sure, why it's not allowing me. But surprised because it should give me the option. Create form file, commit changes, fine. I commit it, and all the changes are done. Sure, why it's not allowing me. Okay, it's basically it seems it's not allowing me. That's otherwise I'd have created a tag to it, which would be helpful for me to explain you a couple of things. Okay. So it's helping me to view a tag, but it's not giving me an option to create a tag. Here I should have gotten one option to create a tag. No, it won't. That's the reason it's not allowing me. See, it's not allowing me. If it would have allowed me, then it would be much easier. See, it's not allowing. Anyways, I think there's some other. Okay, choose a tag. It's asking me to choose a tag, but it's not allowing me to create a tag. So here, just give some option. Say beta 4, and or you can just help some something. This is for testing, and when you do this, you have to attach it with a tag. Ideally, it should give me an option to create a tag also, but I want to attach it. Or let's do one thing. Publish release. Just choose a tag beta 3, and now publish release. Valid tag. Wow. I type beta 1. I'm not sure what's not allowing me to create a tag, guys. Ideally, it should. Or somewhere it's about the permission issue. It's not allowing me to do this. Okay, so I just updated beta 1 because it did not allow me to do a couple of things. Not sure why this restriction on me. Um, so now, um, so this is the project. You're saying is project tags releases. Okay, draft a new release. Choose a tag. Where is seeing the option to add a new tag? Okay, here it I can create beta 4. Okay, and now here I give an option. This is for testing and publish the release. Okay, awesome. So now, thanks, Rennie. So now here it seems that I'm able to create a beta 4 as the tag, as the release tag, where I can do a number of things. When beta 4 is ready, we do have a kind of cycle to do to create a job. Now, in order to create a job, what you can do is let's create another parameterized job. But in this time, we'll be creating parameter based on the tag. Anyways, we do have these all parameters set up. Just add one new parameter, and this time the parameter will be the okay. It should have get parameter as an option, which I cannot see. Um, so for this, you have to install a plugin. In case if you want to see tag-based parameter, then you go to Manage Jenkins, and in Manage Jenkins, you go to Plugin Manager, and here under Available section, you install Get Parameter Plugin. Just choose this and install without restart. And it is installed. Awesome. Now you go to Dashboard and just look for the parameterized job and click on Configure. Now under the section, this build is parameterized. If I scroll down, if I look for the parameter, I see that it is having a get parameter, which was not there before. Just choose this option as get parameter. Now it's asking for name. Give a name as tag. Description, you can look blank. You can keep blank. Parameter type is tag. Now you go to repository URL, and here you put in the repository URL, which is this, and at this place you can give the repository URL also. Now you can just choose the tag here. Here at branches to build, instead of choosing master, you choose the option as tag. So you'll just start calling tag here, right? You just start calling tag here. Now based on the tag or based on the changes which you have made, it is going to run. Now build with parameters, this. Now see, it is saying that, hey, which tag you want to use to run the job, right? Which tag you want to use to build the job. It's beta 1, beta 2, beta 3 or beta 4. I can choose any of the tag and build it. Based on the based on the configuration, based on the tag which it has, it will run like the way it ran right now, right? This is one of the interesting thing which the parameter comes up with. We'll talk more about our Jenkins job in our tomorrow session. Today, I'm going to end up our session here only. In case if you have any doubt in today's session from anywhere which we learned? Please ask me now. How to trigger the parameterized job remotely? Okay, so just think it in this way. I mean, you can just trigger parameterized job and put the end result remotely. That's okay, but you have to ensure that all the configurations are done on Jenkins master. So these parameterized job can also be triggered by using different mechanism of polling SCM, of trigger, of any change which we do in the Jenkins code. We have learned about poll SCM. We've learned about the webhook in our last session. So you can trigger remotely by using quite the similar configuration of polling SCM and webhook trigger. Okay, so that's all for today. I think you don't have any questions. Let's meet again tomorrow and we will see more on it. Thank you, everyone.